Okay, welcome to the show. So, as advertised, we are going to be running through my massive backlog of levels that have been uploaded mostly since the 3.0 patch earlier this week. As you can see, the one I'm staring at right now, I'm the Flying Squirrel, rather, by Alex17Pound, is going to be the first one I run simply because the first to clear is available and nobody has played this yet. This was uploaded about an hour ago by one of my regular submitters, and he's going to send me this thing anyway, so we might as well take a look and see if the clear condition is going to give us that much trouble. Hey, got that money? Thanks for dropping by. I did see that you had arranged your playlist into a world already. And we will see if I can get to that. Obviously, today I'll be mostly prioritizing the new 3.0 levels. But I know that yours are generally pretty quick, and I've seen a lot of them before, but I haven't recorded many of them, so... whoa, Zed. What am I doing? Oh, I see. I need to lift. Okay. Going to jump and then lift. Okay, so this is telling me Z for the ascent and Z for spin jump on the piranha plants. Okay, we've played a couple of squirrel trainer levels already, and we'll be featuring some more. I simply haven't seen this one at all, and I just want to see if first clear is something practical, so we're already behind pace. Vertical auto scroll is going to have all kinds of camera nightmares with this concept, but we'll make do. Whoa, okay. I see. Oh, I see, okay. Spin jump into there and then lift again in the blades. So yeah, I was kind of curious about this one because I had spent quite a bit of time earlier this month on a really good creation by this creator, Alex, who had done a 4-level series of fairly hard puzzle platforming levels rather, that were all about seesaw balancing, where you would balance 2 objects on a seesaw and then if you survive with both of them, then you solve a puzzle with them. And he kind of had a whole suite of these levels that may have been arranged into a world, I'm not sure. This one, partly due to unfamiliarity of the squirrel suit, I'm having a bit of trouble with it so far, but we'll see if, depending on length, going for that first clear is actually realistic, because I know people are kind of putting together a lot of more demo-style levels in this day. Whoa. As they get accustomed with the new patch content. So we'll see. It's been a while since I've played New Super Mario Bros. U. But of course, like you could expect, just as with the Tanuki Leaf in SMB3, that Mario Maker is going to push that moveset quite a bit harder. Safety of Man, welcome. I did see that you had one post-patch level already. I may look at that pretty soon after this. Oh. Oh, too low. Too low and too slow. Okay. I don't know why I'm going in that low. I think there's maybe a limitation to how many belts you can ascend. I'm not really sure, because this is not the only level I've played with this concept. I will almost certainly be showing off another one that uses exactly this later that just went up today. Oh, wrong way. That was clearly marked. I just didn't follow it. Safety man, Hop Along Dunes is yours, right? I am hoping to look at it. I did kind of put it on my list today because I know that you tend to show up fairly often, so I kind of had that ready to go for later. Just trying to get the first clear on this one first. We'll see if that's within my ability to do in a short amount of time, but... Oh, okay. Should have gone left. Now, the thing about the squirrel suit is that because the ascend ability goes in your direction of travel, it's very easy to just totally burst the wrong way if you're pulling back a little bit on your jump. And I've had to learn that the hard way with a couple of squirrel trainer levels already. Nice, got the true ending. I'm looking forward to hopefully doing the same. Yeah, glad you've been enjoying each other's work. Safety, I don't know if you've played very many of Got That Money's levels yet, but you will really see a lot of the SMB3 influence. I mean, they're very aesthetically refined, but like when you look at the design and pacing, I think you'll see, having recently played SMB3, what a lot of that is kind of bringing to mind. Wow. That one feels pretty tight, that belt going up. Yeah, if you go to your list of followed makers in the leaderboards section, where it is mysteriously buried, you'll see that they actually made a bit of a change to the text in the interface. Instead of now saying last played, B-Boy Gamer, welcome. Thank you for the raid. B-Boy, we're not running viewer levels today. We are running a backlog of levels by makers I know already. I don't know if you already have something new. I know that you kind of crash your level code against my bot all the time. We're not running the bot today, but I may be able to take a look at new levels from you regardless, since, you know, I know you, you know me. Thank you for bringing in some audience, though. I'm trying to get a first clear on this level right now, and it is not going well. Yeah, mostly that jump there. That feels like it's a tile too high. So yeah, welcome again, and thank you for the follows. Hey, let's see if we can do this. Thought I'd be a little bit ambitious about this and see a level that was listed on my feed as 0 0 040 that was uploaded about an hour ago, and I thought, okay, first clear, let's just do it on video, and then you can see exactly how that's going. I don't need a spin jump there. Yeah. B-Boy, if you're sticking around, you might want to for all the times that I've seen it and dealt with it in the bot. You might want to remind me of what your maker code is if you have something new to show me. Again, not really a viewer level stream today, but I will absolutely take a look at some stuff from you if you are sticking around. Got that money, you gotta catch up on that. NSMBU is, I think, with time, you know, when people are kind of over the immediate fatigue of it having come out right after NSMB2, which was admittedly kind of forgettable, I think they can appreciate just how polished the design really is. In terms of really having a new concept every single level and having a lot of stuff that, you know, Mario Maker itself has not really approached yet. Well worth it, although there's one thing that I've heard about on the Switch port that needs adjustment, which is apparently they messed up the default controls for the twirl on the Switch port, and only the Switch port. Oh my god. Hey, let's see if we can damage boost up here. Great, great, great. We totally blew the clear condition already, but unless we have another chance at a squirrel suit, I don't think we do. Would have appreciated some kind of refresh, but I think you do in fact need to be perfect on this level. Yeah, a squirrel suit I think has a much more flexible design space than the propeller hat. Propeller hat, I think, was always pretty situational, simply because it just breaks so many potential designs and also just really maxes out the amount of vertical space you can build around. And also has some very weird interactions with the spin jump. Like, you can't land on something with the propeller suit with your usual spin jump immunity, and that actually causes a lot of problems, design-wise. Okay, I see what's going on here. I'm just getting in way too low. Too low to begin with. Yeah, safety. It's actually kind of interesting to go back to Classic Mario and realize that there aren't really as many coins, except in bonus rooms and Coin Heaven and so on. Not as many coins as people remember, where you don't see that many continuous coin trails or anything. It's something that is used very sparingly and in a way that really draws attention to itself. Because one thing that I find often, especially in those like 20-second levels or levels that just are all about kind of following indicators and reacting on impulse in Mario Maker, is that, whoa, they sometimes have so many coin trails that you just start tuning them out and you don't really see them anymore. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. I'm just going to try it without a squirrel suit to see what happens. Kind of impressed this is doable without the squirrel suit. It's not going to make the clear condition, obviously, but I do kind of want to see what's coming. Oh, I see. They have to be on the ground, don't they? And that's why the squirrel timing matters. And of course, yeah, with the squirrel suit, this would be much easier for sure. Because my timing is just totally blown. Okay, one more. Probably holding the key this one. Here we go. Okay, so we have no squirrel suit, so here we're just going to be locked. But then that's the gate, so we really just need to fix that one thing near the top of the first segment where you got a really tight 2-conveyor landing, because that's the level. And now that I've seen it, it looks a lot more doable. Okay, too low. Yeah, one thing that's quite nice about the squirrel suit is that, like the Super Leaf, like the Tanuki Leaf in SMB3, it's refreshes when you bounce on enemies. So you can ascend with it, with the trigger, and then land on an enemy and then use the refresh again. And so I've already seen that as a concept in a couple of levels, and there's at least one that I want to show off later today, because it's one that I had actually beta tested an early version of for somebody else that uses that concept quite well. I remember late in the life of Mario Maker 1 that was a whole series of levels that kind of used that ability with the SMB3 Leaf. That some of them were pretty cool because you could just stay in the air the whole time, just by judiciously bouncing on the right enemies at the right times. This is wrong. Yeah, I'm just getting on that whole thing too low. I'm getting on the on-off switch too slowly, and that means that I am landing on the conveyor belt too low. I think that might be not that well posted. In that, if I'm getting on the belts too low, it's a mistake that I don't know is a mistake until I fail. If you get what I'm saying. Okay, there we go. Oh, boy. Wrong button. But once we pass this segment, it's all about getting up to the flag. And so it's really just one obstacle I'm actually worried about in terms of something that I haven't figured out. No, wrong. Wrong way. Yeah, the squirrel suit is well worth learning. You're going to be playing a lot of levels, because I think people are going to be pushing this really quickly. It reminds me of how around the launch of Maker 2, like, a lot of things felt much harder than they turned out to be initially, simply because people were getting used to the new tech. And so there are a lot of things that we would just take for granted now, with interactions that were still relatively unknown at that point, particularly with the claw and the dry bone shell, and also some of the stage-specific or theme-specific elements. And it's one of those things where, as people get used to them, you know, you'll kind of get more out of the moveset. I mean, you know, even months after the Link patch, I was constantly forgetting things that I could do with Link in terms of very minute and obscure interactions, like, you know, hitting invisible blocks with a sword, or... I mean, I think the shield bump to displace punchers with Link was fairly well known, but I still have trouble executing that just from lack of practice. But yeah, the thing with tapping invisible blocks with Link, I'd just totally forgotten until it showed up in a level that needed it. So, for instance, SMB2 moveset I've barely played with, and there's definitely a ton of stuff going on there that I just haven't seen. Because, you know, with SMB2, like, you're kind of working with the interactions that are specific to every single enemy that you can pick up, right? Can you ground pound while you're floating? Yes. I'm pretty sure you can. I can try that in a bit, but not on this attempt. I'll just show it to you up front, maybe. Although, no, I don't get the acorn until the second segment. Actually, maybe you can't, because I'm having trouble ground pounding onto the switch there and getting onto the on-off quickly enough. I think on the downward ascent, it's quite possible that I can. That would have been an important thing to know. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh no, I needed a spin jump onto those to refresh the boost. Okay. Totally misread that. And I knew that too from a previous attempt, I just hadn't seen that in a while. It's about as tight. I get that timing, I think. Oh no, wrong way. I should have followed the arrow. The arrow does tell you to hang left. I think the fact that the poison level takes up about half the screen does impair the readability of where you're going quite a bit. I think it is an issue in pretty much every auto-scroll level that also uses rising poison or rising lava at the same time. Like when you have those two elements together, I think... I mean, this isn't really... it's not actually auto-scroll, this is just rising poison, but... I think with the rising poison and lava mechanic, the sheer amount of real estate it takes up on the screen does make it something that's difficult to work with. Or anything that's a vertical space. I'm not sure I've seen a good solution how to work around that. Yeah, Alex, I'm not doing viewer levels today, but I saw that First Clear was still available on your feed, and I also saw that you had the boss level up last night, so I hope you don't mind. I'm just going to play yours because, you know, you're going to submit it to me anyway. I don't know if somebody has cleared this already. Yeah, I know this is yours. So yeah, hopefully you can get a sense of what's working about it. I know this just came up about an hour ago. Oh, whoops. So yeah, I'll show you. So if you just came in here, the first set of blue belts here, I find that I have had many attempts that I've lost to jumping on the belt a little too low out of the on-off switches. And it took me a while to realize that that was the problem. It's probably causing me more problems than anything else. I did in fact make it to the final screen already, but I hadn't kept the squirrel suit. I'd actually, as viewers who were here earlier know, seen... There we go. This next segment here with the POWs. I did the whole wall jump without the squirrel earlier. I like how... Oh, no. Oh, we blew it. Totally blew it. I was about to say, I like how you can kind of time yourself around when you slip down the wall, because you can't just slide down naturally when you cling. There's a bit of a delay. You see, Alex, the funny thing is, this is not the only level I've seen with this mechanic. I had actually had another one with squirrels and belts queued up already. That's something I wanted to show today because it's... Like, I tested a similar level for somebody else. Yours is much harder, I will say. The other one's more of a tutorial to the squirrel mechanics. This one is a real test. Yeah, I did see that you had the boss rush level last night as well. I was hoping to get first clear on it today, but somebody else already got it, so... I may still run it later, but there's much less urgency to... Oh, spin jump, okay. Yeah, on the belt segments, I was just clinging a bit high. I was clinging to the pipes. But that was the first time I had seen it with the squirrel suit. I had seen it before without, but... Oh, no. The thing I keep having to remind myself with the squirrel suit and the wall jump is that you really do have to keep pressing pretty hard into the wall in order to get the wall jump off. And so often I'm failing wall jumps just from releasing the directional button too early. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now, I have not successfully seen the final segment at all. I know that the flag is right there, but I don't know how many jumps there will be. Oh, there we go. Well done. I know that it looks like it's set up for you to sail over the flag and grab the 50 coin. Safety of Man, favorite new power-up is the one that I'm working on for a level that will hopefully be done in a few days. It is the Goomba hat. I am about 80% finished with a Goomba Mask 3D World level, and it is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And the thing is, everybody else has been playing with like Koopalings and the SMB2 mushroom and all that. And so I haven't even seen any other levels with it. I know people are making them, but I just haven't seen what other people are doing with it. But I've already found some really interesting Goomba hat mechanics. Okay, so Alex, if you're going to be sticking around, later I may put up the Koopa family reunion. But first of all, I'm going to look at Safety of Man's course, since Safety is here, and he has something new. So stick around, I may come back to you. Oh my god, I've got a massive list. Safety, where are you? There we go. Okay, so just a heads up about what? There aren't any new things? Yeah, no big deal. It's a new level, I'll see it. I mean, you know, it takes time to work on these things, right? Like, if you were working on something, you shouldn't just abandon it because there's a patch and people won't think it's special. Alex, I've not played your world yet. I have really not had time to look at a lot of worlds, but I'm hoping to do so, you know, on some of the weekend streams when I'm not doing viewer levels and when I have a little bit more time, like this one. I do have a pretty big pile of levels to get through today already, though, so I may take a look definitely at your boss level later, and maybe some other things. But let's take a look at Hop Along Dunes first. Difficulty 4 out of 5. Red coins optional, aka champs only. I see Theorymon already has the record on this. So, about 3%. I'm sure that some of those percentage points were lost to people like Got That Money who are going for the coin route, but we will see how it goes. And see how it's laid out first. Okay, here's coin number 1. Whoop. I should have known that was coming from at launching on both sides. Can't say I was really paying attention to it. There we go. Alright, let's do it the claw way. Whoa. Bit of an unexpected deflection there. I was hoping I could beat that. I was a little bit slow. Okay. That's going a lot smoother. A lot smoother. This mechanic I remember from one of your other levels. Whoa, 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 whoa. I knew what I intended to do there, and then I reacted to the spike top pattern quite poorly. Whoops. Yeah, Alex, I think you did tell me about that world. Not sure if you follow Kavik, who is the creator of the famous Bowzilla design in SMM1, but he was the other one who was doing the squirrel and belt level. That's he published his a little earlier today as well. I think he's still streaming, but when he's off stream later, I may play his. Yeah, I don't know if your Bowzilla is anything similar or if it's just something totally different. But I will find out when I take a look. Because I know that the original Bowzilla design, like, and you know, for those of you who may or may not know what we're talking about, Super Mario vs. Mecha Bowzilla, I think was the name of the level, but it is really one of the great classics of Super Mario Maker 1. In terms of using a lot of tricks that actually didn't come back for Maker 2 to create something that was simultaneously a really good story level and platforming level, with some crazy designs that were actually later featured in Nintendo's first trailer for Super Mario Maker 2, although they couldn't quite create that totally accurately because of some of the techniques that were removed for centering objects or stacking pipes on top of each other that were kind of key to the original design. But if you don't have a Wii U plugged in, you can probably look that up on video. Jumping off the bullet when it's in the claw is very satisfying. Okay. Definitely seems like the right way to do that. Okay, there we go. Oh. That was a very unnecessary death. We are only at the third coin. Yeah, this is definitely, I think, the toughest safety that you've sent me so far, or made so far. I guess you didn't really send this, per se. But as you said, you were kind of focusing on learning the aesthetic elements of the game first. But yeah, something like this where there's lots going on definitely benefits from visual clarity. And it does, and it is quite clear. I find that I've never liked the one-tile spikes in Super Mario Maker in any of the styles. But, you know, they do serve an essential function that isn't really replicated by anything else. Which is too bad, because I always find them hideous. But there we go. Because, of course, you would have a lot of those similar damaging functions in Mario games, although actually not that often, but when you do, they tend to be well disguised. Took me a moment to realize I didn't actually need to do like P-switch jumps when the claw is there to help me. Okay. Checkpoints. Okay, that's pretty neat. I feel like I lost a bit of time there already. Ah, okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, to a lesser extent, it's kind of like that with the one-way panels as well, because one-way panels were also original to Mario Maker, and something about them in every style just feels like it's, you know, aesthetically not really a fit for the original artwork. I'm losing way too much time here. Okay. So, safety of men, do you know about key death? You know what I mean if I'm talking about key death. Key death is why, in a level like this, you should put coin number 6 on top of here. Because if I'm after the checkpoint, and I'm holding the key, and I die, I lose the key, and I lose all 5 coins. And so, I restart from the checkpoint, and there's no way for me to finish this with the secret exit. Now, that's fine if it's the intended design that you can only get the secret exit on a single run beginning to end with no checkpoint. That's fine if, you know, you want to do that, but you have to be aware of that being a potential pitfall whenever you have pink coins that are on both sides of a checkpoint. So yeah. I wouldn't worry too much about it for this level, but it is something that, you know, if you ever build anything that has a very critical pink coin door or key door, that is definitely something you should be aware of. So, glad you know about it. All that work for a single coin, well, I mean, it's the sense of accomplishment that counts. And I think we actually raised the clear rate infinitesimally, which is absolutely fantastic. Okay, Alex, since you're here, we're going to take a look at your boss level, because I had marked that out as something I wanted to see. And, you know, to be honest, you're going to submit it to me anyway, and I might as well practice it while I have time. You have 4 clears on this so far, 2.4%. 12-minute record, that's better than the 18-minute record I saw earlier when I looked at this. Yeah, Safety, thanks for making that. Always glad to feature your content here. Okay, so many boss fights in different stages. Find your strategy in this castle. Now, I have very little experience so far with either the Mecha Koopas, as you can see in the preview image, or the Koopalings. I've tested them a bit in the editor, but I haven't played that many levels with them. So... Oh, wow. Okay. So, is he going to come down here? Yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. Okay. Up we go. Okay, repeatable checkpoint setup. That's going to be the safety coin, as we were discussing just now. And we will take the first one. I think I would have appreciated some donut blocks there just to go down the list. That's okay. Red coins level with 11 boss fights. I love boss designs, so... Yeah, it's too bad the intro boss doesn't take you through the first checkpoint setup. But I think you're probably limited by the coins, right? Like you... Say you have 11 fights, and that's because you're using all 10 coins for the repeatable checkpoint. Whoa. Okay, we gotta bring him down. I'm gonna stand on this block. Now, interesting, I did not know that the lasers did not take out the hard blocks. I guess they work like fire. Like they have the same effect as fire. But I actually did not know that. So that's something that I have learned today. Always like to learn something about Mario Maker every time I play the game. Oh, so you need to keep the P-switch active, okay. Yeah, I only just realized on this attempt that I activated a P-switch on my way in, and so tea time has to be active. Okay, I should probably not go for him initially because I'm just going to get nuked by a shell. I had to learn that the hard way because he looked very reachable. Okay, much better, much better. Okay. Well, oh, whoops. Okay, my mistake. Yeah, that might be a reason to put safety coins last rather than first, but like there's no elegant solution with safety coins in terms of signaling them to a player and also making them safe. Like if you really do have to trust a player to not do what I did. And that's very much, you know, my bad as somebody who knows how they are supposed to work. It's clearly a death trap, right? If you don't have all the coins already. But sometimes it's easy to just slide in there without really thinking. Okay. We should not get rammed by him. CP is down after Bowser Jr. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. I did not know that. I guess it would have to be because of the... yeah, down at the bottom. I should actually... I should actually start taking that. Yeah, the elevator boss in Yin and Yang was really great. I don't know if you count that as a boss level, but... I mean, I guess it is, because it's kind of a final level. But... it's partly why I was kind of interested to see what you would do with tons of Koopaling bosses. In a very short amount of time, I'm just always impressed by how quickly everybody works. As I still have to upload my first one after the patch, which, as I was saying earlier, is about 80% done. Needs sort of one more platforming room and one more checkpoint room, and then lots and lots of testing to clean up some stuff I'm not happy with. But, okay. Kind of amazed I dodged it that time. Whoop. Fine. Okay, let's actually go for that checkpoint. And yeah, that was visible from the lower level. I just didn't pay attention. I guess you are supposed to just fall in. Oh, Fire Flower. Look at that. Okay, let's start at the bottom and work our way up. Okay, so... that's clearly what it is, right? Oh my goodness. Didn't expect two of them. Oh, I guess you have some kind of setup that allows you to reuse Koopalings in multiple rooms. If you have them falling on the track like that. Because I was wondering, like, how do you have the entities available to do 11 different boss fights? And I guess... well, we'll see. Okay, so we need to have an off state on the Switch. Oh, we should have gotten the Fire Flower after checkpoint, but we need an off state on the Switch, and we need to grab a key from damaging him. Interesting kind of timing setup on getting him to actually enter the arena with the Koopaling movement pattern. Yeah, Green Tube has the Fire Flower. I just totally forgot. Because I'm impatient. Ah, look at those guys on the left. I think they can laser through the wall. Not this time. Okay. So, is it just me, or are the Lemmy balls completely unaffected by the conveyor belts? I don't see them changing momentum or anything. Okay. There we go. There we go. Let's not die to the spikes on the left side. Okay. And Yeah. Okay. I see. So you're going to have 5 entry points per room. Oh, should have seen that. Watched that carefully. Okay, no. This is just a pure climbing fight. Need to lower him, lead in the car down. And which door was that? Was that green? It was green. Need to lead the car down and then gain some height, probably with jumping. And just get on top of him. Oh. I'll probably want to eventually get into the middle to have a little bit more space to work with. Whoa! Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, just 2 hits. Get him down again. Nice, 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 nice. Now what? Oh, take the car and blast way through the left side. Break the scroll stop. That should be the exit. There we go. Okay. I believe that. Claws. Checkpoint and fire flower. Yeah. Really a lot of variety to these guys so far. Okay. This doesn't look too bad. Pretty readable arena. Pretty standard kind of boss interaction. So, not bad at all. Okay. Checkpoint. That's gonna be... Oh, I see. How to take down the munchers, right? Okay. Seems like this top segment is easier if you're short. And then... need to fire the Koopa. Okay, need to fire the Koopa 3 times. Yep. And actually, he looks reachable even with 1 muncher remaining. Just not very easily reachable. Far enough to spawn? Okay. Nice. I love how the shells are trapped in the one-ways there. I should have grabbed the power-up before entering this room. My mistake for not doing so. You know what? Let's just shell that thing. Oh, no. Bumped. Yeah, easier when you're short, but riskier when you're actually picking up the shell. So, interesting trade-off. Uh-oh. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I suppose that would have to be the exit eventually when you take him out. That, yeah, I guess you would be stomping a shell that you drop in there and using it as an up throw, or what? Oh no, or... Well, we'll see, we'll see. I don't think I understood what was going to happen until I got trapped in there by mistake. I need to grab the power up. I keep forgetting. That's what happens when you sit directly on top of the pipe. We'll work with that. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Bad idea. Alright, come on, Koopa. Okay, that's 2. Okay. So, now, if we get in there, I saw some kind of up throw symbol in there. Seems like in order to gain enough height, I hope I don't just get stuck there, right? Or you need to wait for the bumpers. Let's grab a shell anyway, just in case. Great, great. That's what I want to see. And how do I... Here we go. Very nice, very nice. Not sure what I was supposed to do there if I didn't take a shell. Like, am I supposed to just know that I have to take a shell inside with me, or... Okay, P-Balloon fight. P-Balloon fight against Bowser. That will be pretty interesting. Yep, 5 more. This must have been a very interesting clear check experience. Okay, so we have a refresh and a P on the right side. I don't know if I necessarily want to take that. Also, taking a P-Balloon kind of makes you equivalent to Small Mario anyway, right? So there's no particular point in grabbing the flower. Alright. Oh, I guess this is going to be an icicle drop fight. Like, you want to drop the icicles on Bowser. So I want to fly low. And I don't want to fly like that. Yeah, you had to think for 2 boss fights how you can go out. I see, yeah. You're definitely pushing how many... Whoops. Types you can have. I wanted to fly right there. I don't know why I went up right away, but I'm still getting a handle on the P-Balloon controls. So... I should actually let up on the gas a bit and not just boost all the time. Part of the issue here is that I'm holding the dash button and I shouldn't be doing so. Whoa, whoa. Now, I think I knocked down the platform on the right. Shouldn't have done. Yeah, okay, no. I know what the issue was there. With the P-Balloon, I should not be holding the dash button unless I want to boost. Okay, that was a mistake. Oh, there is no platform on the right. There is just the other balloon, so... Oh, there is a platform. Okay, I wonder why I didn't see it earlier. Oh, I'm dead. I'm trying to remember how many hits Bowser takes from the icicle. It's like 17 or 18 or something? I think it was... Like, he needs to take quite a bit of punishment. I think... I don't remember, but I think Bowser has like 40 actual hit points, and then icicles do 3 damage or something, so... 15 hits, yeah, that sounds about right, because 15 hits would be... Actually, should be about 14, if I'm accurate. Because 3 by 14 would give you 42 damage. Now, you have a lot of icicles here, so that's less of a concern than just dodging them myself and dodging the fire, okay. Oh, great, great, great. Got the refresh. Got poked again and died. Yeah, I think I saw that your clear check time on this whole thing was about 6 minutes. Which seems like it would be quite a rush. I mean, you know, obviously if you've designed everything, you know the patterns and you know how to do it accurately, that's one thing, but to do it and to do it 3 times for the clear check, in fact, because of how the checkpointing would work. That takes some effort. Okay. I'm gonna find a better pattern for doing this. There we go, there we go. Really pretty risky. Oh, it just got whipped out of nowhere. Yeah, I'm not bothering to count the hits at this point. I am mainly focused on surviving. If I stay low and stay alive, that's all there is to this. It does seem like it's encouraging you to go around. Okay. I'm so dead. Well, we're going to have to see it anyway, so I do want to beat this one before I move on to the next boss. Even though, of course, with the multiple checkpoint setup, I can try them in whatever order. Okay, I think I've got a good pattern here. Just left to right. Very gently. Very gently. I think I've finally found something that works. And then that forces to power up. Okay, very good. Yeah, just needed to calm down and find a pattern instead of playing reactively. Okay, gotta have an ice and fire boss. Oh, I see. Oh, it uses the Morton Fire ability. I see. That works. And a lot of other fire besides that. We are very familiar by now with how much Alex loves seesaws. Yeah, oh, forgot to grab the flower. That makes things significantly harder. Okay, we'll need to remember to actually grab power-ups from time to time. That clears out a lot of space, though, just from Morton's basic stomp move alone. So, as long as we don't get trapped by the stomp. One thing that I'm also not doing is firing at him with the fire flower, and so... Why don't we just let this clear out for a bit? Okay, so much for that strategy. Wow. Ah! Very, very trapped. Oh, should have done a spin jump there. Okay. Come on, come down, come down. Okay. I think I have to chase him. Or let him stomp his way down here. Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, let's not die. Let's not die. Let's not die. Whoa. There we go. Okay. Now here's our old friend Roy. Roy's our boy. Okay. That felt much more relaxed than on our earlier attempts. Okay, Wendy is riding a squid. Looper. And we have to figure out what to do here. Oh, whoops. Hang on. I can figure it out. Just need to... Oh, I see. Icicle onto POW. Icicle onto POW. I see. That will take out the Muncher, and then that will release the blooper, and then she enters the arena. Okay. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on in this level. Okay. Really have to watch out for Wendy's deflection in this whole space. Like the projectile, which, in terms of the projectile perpendicular reflection, I think it's the only thing in the game other than the Potaboos or lava bubbles, as the case may be, that behave like that. And so as soon as I saw that, I thought, okay, this is potentially very interesting. Okay, let's just get out here. There's some space. Whoops. I probably should have taken these guys out first. Yeah, I need to clear some space first before I go for the POW. And I should be using the fire more liberally than I have in order to get rid of the initial run of bloopers. That is not something I really considered. Whoops. And that option is lost to me now. Okay. It's okay. We got rid of them. We got some space. Whoa, did not track the reflection properly. I forgot to grab the flower, as you can see. Been happening probably about half the attempts. Okay. Okay, I like how firing the flower right away actually just clears them. Very accurately, in fact. I'm sure that was planned. Okay, let's try to spin jump a bit more to lead the chomp away. Oh, she fell off the blooper. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. That didn't actually help us. Just trying to get rid of the blooper. Clear some headroom. No, I got the flower that time, I just lost it. As I... Okay, I got one of them at a time. Yeah. I see what I'm doing here is that I keep forgetting about the reflection on the projectile. And so I keep expecting it to disappear around corners, and it doesn't do that. So that's what I'm having the most trouble with. Missed the high blooper completely. Going for it and just wound up a little bit low. If I keep the flower up to that point, then it's much easier to get rid of that. So, should maybe be a little bit more defensive when planning around the chain chomp. Rush past a chomp. Go over the chomp to the other side, yeah. I should swap sides whenever the chomp comes over, I think, too. Oh, and I can use the middle. I didn't even consider that, because I was kind of distracted by the one-way panels. And I should have been using middle in the first place. Too low. Yeah, I'm sure I can do it. I have no doubt, really, given the difficulty tuning of this level. I already felt like the P-Balloon with Bowser was probably the hardest fight. And that's just partly from the difficulty of using the P-Balloon. Okay, let's pow this. Right, the reason I didn't consider going through the middle to gain some extra height there was because the Muncher was there, and so I just forgot about that location. But if I use that as an extra platform now, I suddenly have a lot more flexibility in terms of movement. And look at that, and she'll take that out for me. Oh, rammed into the one-way panel. And we're almost done. It's just 2 more bosses, right? So this one and whoever we're missing. I forgot the flower. This is becoming a pattern. I forgot the flower. So that pop out of its pipe right there. Well, okay. Okay. What are we not going to forget? Oh, didn't work quite so well. Shot accuracy that time. Okay. Out. And let's move on. Okay. Getting a little bit risky. Hey, you know what? Being inside the one-way panels defended me from the projectiles. That was a very useful tactic. No, I don't want a safety coin. What am I doing? Okay. What did I miss in the other chamber? Did I forget to grab a coin after Bowser Jr. at the start? Or is there a door that I didn't take? Maybe there was a door that I just... Wait a minute. Why am I missing one coin? I feel like there... Okay, which one was the easiest fight here? Let's just do the easy fight. Roy was easy. Did I just totally miss a coin on the other side? I think I did. I hope I didn't just miss one after Bowser Jr. But, okay, so you got... Oh, look at that spike ball. That spike ball is doing something interesting. No, it's not doing anything interesting. Green pipe, really? Oh, yeah, because of the transport pipe. You see, the thing is, I see it as checkpoint, and it completely distracts me from everything to do with that pipe. Yeah, no. We know what we're doing. Some of the time. Wow, this is a slightly busier one. That's Boom Boom, the final boss here. Well, in the order I chose. Okay, so we need to just bump Boom Boom by jumping on the Mecha Koopa missile. I think that's fairly clear. And yeah, actually, no, this is pretty controllable. I just need to avoid the edge. And of course, there's a bit of a limitation to how many times I can bump some of those blocks, although the jump blocks, or music blocks as it were, are reusable. Okay, so is there a final boss? Why am I asking? Of course. Okay. Yeah, I know, I guess we Made room for a limit. Hey, we're going to see what's up with this. Okay, I think that's all it gets you. And we'll see how embarrassing the clear time is. Well, thank you for the GGs, and thank you for creating that, Alex. Okay, about a 20-minute time. That was, I mean, 20-minute from the first successful grabbing of the checkpoint, so... Yeah, actually, for something around 2 or 3%, this was maybe one of the easier levels you've shown me. Or which I've queued up, rather. But yeah, still around 2%. I think I lowered that slightly. But that one was fun. So we're going to pull up some other stuff now. Just give me a moment. Yeah, let's... we have some people from the board here. I was going to look at something new by... This is a massive list. Who was I pulling up? Might have to do this by code. Ah, no. No, Nocturnal had about 2 new ones, I think, that I hadn't played yet. Actually, 3 new ones. We have a very new one now. Let's just do it. I mean, I know some of you will probably want to play it yourselves. So, first clear isn't available, so let's just actually start with... This one is pre-patch. Let's just do all 4. Need to cool down a little bit with something slightly less technical. Okay. It's gonna be low grab. Low grab with lots of rainbows. Whoops. Okay, so... and yeah, Alex, I will probably look at your world at some point. I know that a lot of people's worlds are still kind of works in progress, where they're still adding things to the map and revising them, but if yours is pretty much ready to show, then I will try to put it on one of these streams. Because I haven't played that many of your older ones other than Yin and Yang, so... Okay, let's go around. Okay, and let's do the whole thing upside down. Spin jump, right? I was habitually pressing A to spin jump there because I was still in Super Mario World mode. There we go. You know, this is kind of like a rocket ship if you look at it. It's kind of like a shoot 'em up. Except you don't get to shoot. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like a top-down vertical shooter. That's really neat. You know, like Strikers 1945? No, Strikers 1940-something. 42. I think it's 45. Well, I mean that whole series. Just needs some on-off switches and it would basically turn into Ikaruga. I should talk to Owl and suggest that idea. I think this is probably just a leaf refresher. No, this is actually the exit. Yeah, that was aesthetically a pretty neat idea. Yeah, so about a 50% on clear on this level, so it was very much designed to be actual interesting content for players who are One of the easier cues. Of course, this one was just a few days pre-patch, so now we'll look at some of the newer content. Space hoppers, I like it. I try to encourage some of the content that will actually populate the Endless queue with something useful. I haven't played Endless myself in ages, but that's because I just don't have the patience to sort through a lot of the levels that are not as interesting. So this is Ignition Magician, rather. I can already see some bullet bills, bonsai bills rather, and the bullet bill hat, or box. That allows you to solve these tricks involving your head, literally. This will be quite a change from the last one because it's going to be about 2%. I would imagine that some of that is deflated by people still getting used to the new power-up, which I've played with in the editor a little bit and played maybe 1 or 2 levels that really kind of get a lot of use out of this, but still a lot I have to learn about it. So hit the switch, bounce over there, oh, does this allow me to reset if I just wall jump up here? And yeah, I wonder what that does if I just outright skip, like I did there. I wonder if I need to pay for that mistake. Okay, okay. I think this was probably unintentional. But we'll try to get back up there. Whoops, or just die. Yeah, I think being able to get up the previous wall jump was probably just an unintended circumvention, but that's what playtesting is for. Much easier than me trying to verbally tell him what's going on. Yeah, there we go. That's supposed to happen. Switch is supposed to turn over. And then you drop. Whoops. And then I drop. Get away. If your timing is good, you can, in fact, wall jump with the bullet hat, boost into a wall, and wall jump off. The thing that is most difficult to remember, in my experience, is just pressing into a wall. You want to do the bullet box wall jump. It is surprisingly easy to forget because you're already going right. Okay. Okay. Oh, that was a mistake, but recoverable. Oh, should have watched that pattern and planned in advance, instead of just ramming into the on-off switch and trusting that something would happen. Okay. My mistake. Busted that a bit early. Oops. Can actually use this to my advantage. Okay, up we go. And back, down. Yeah, when you do this properly, instead of wall jumping up like I did previously, that actually does feel quite satisfying. Just blast and then drop and then bounce. Okay, so we have to plan in advance. Crash, wall jump. There we go. Whoops. I knew the wall jump was coming, I just pressed against the wrong wall. Okay. Great thing about the bullet box, that you can build breezy levels that nevertheless have a lot of width to them. You can build nice and wide, but the level is not something that is particularly long as a result. Whoops. It's okay, we'll just head up directly and move on. Actually, press against it accurately this time. Refresh. And on we go. Yeah, that's the whole trick, is just to keep pressing into the wall jump. Okay. That segment was breezy. The bonsai really didn't even have much time to play with us. That was not so breezy. Okay, we need to wall jump here. Get a bit more height. Interesting, there seems to be a bit of a left side segment. And oh, I see. No, this is just built a little higher. No, I should have gotten a bounce off of that one. I think it was very clear that that's what I was supposed to do. That's okay. Or rather, it would have been okay had we made the first wall jump up to the next set. Kind of beat the pace of the scrolling there. Okay. Satisfying to grab that this time. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, a little ahead of pace. Seems like so many things can go wrong with the use of the homing cat bullet there. But as long as we can get the bounce down on that first bonsai on the left side, he should be able to do that without too much trouble. Here we go. Yeah, there totally were some point indications there too, for the bounce off of that. Nope, just not enough of a bounce. Need to get a high bounce when we landed. I think with the auto scroll kicking off right away, that's definitely a test reaction. Yep, just didn't gain enough height that time. Now, I haven't played too much with advanced techniques with the bullet box just yet, but theoretically, it should be possible to gain some height with a series of wall jumps on a single wall if you are precise enough. I haven't tried that to see if it's actually the case, but okay. I think the extra delay I had from a boost maybe not what I needed there. Just keep going quickly. Nice. Perfect landing into that block off screen. And up we go. More bullets. We are through. And of course we are going to miss the upper level. Okay. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 spots with the on-off switches in the early segments that were a bit vulnerable to simply not pressing the switches. But yeah, as I said before, as far as a platforming experience that is built fast and wide, I think that worked quite successfully. Thank you for the GG. I don't know if you've played that one already. I know you're probably a lot more up to speed with the community thread than I am. This is really my first crack at what a lot of people have been making over the past few days. So, Larry's Laser Lookout. Beams versus balloons. Who would win? Who would win? Let's see. See, J Spot already has a 2-minute 30 record on this. Okay, so there's laser. That just shows you that it's fries to block. Okay. And here's a checkpoint to start the clock running. And okay, that's just a little coin spot. Oh, I like the seesaw set up here. That's pretty neat. Hey, we're gonna take it with us. Because of course we are. Can I zap the other guy? Can I zap the other guy? Please say, whoop. That I can do it, come on. I guess not, because it's still an enemy. Never actually becomes part of the Mario family. That's a bad idea. That was really bad idea now, actually, that I look at it. Although I could have just thrown it into the other one. Now, I know that the Mecha Koopa interactions are... Whoops, I was going to show that off. The Mecha Koopa interactions, when you throw them, are a little bit different in terms of the conditions under which they are completely destroyed instead of just sitting here as items. So if you collide 2 of them into each other... Okay, the target dies. The object still stays alive. I know that bombs take them out completely, as far as I recall. You can tell he picked Vertical Ghost House because of the blue background? Yeah. Yeah, great background, though. It blends with the Koopas very well. Like, you know, it's still very visually clear, but it just kind of fits them in a very natural way. Mushroom, okay. And of course we're going to go for that 10 coin again. Alright, fine, we'll do it this way. Oh, I guess we won't do it that way. And, oh. Time for the balloons. Interesting little coin drops here. Raining coins on you. Claws. Whoa, okay. I saw that coming. I knew I was due for punishment. Nice little relaxing retry spot. Very generous. And also, I like how it uses the, oops, Super Mario World bricks I was about to say to kind of give you a similar timing challenge next time you go back. And then I noticed the big guy up in the top right that just blasts them all, so maybe not. But yeah, that was kind of a tutorial segment. Hey, we are going to check that, of course. I got shot in the face. Which I guess is still better than taking baseballs to the face from charging chucks. Actually, I replayed all of Super Mario World quite recently and did not find Tubular nearly as bad as I expected relative to previous experiences with it. But I think that's because you really notice how short it is in comparison to what people make in Super Mario Maker. Okay, the lesson we should have learned from the boss rush that we did from Alex earlier today is that I don't always need to hold down the dash button when it comes to the P-Balloon. I should be driving it with a little bit more control. Hey, what happens if that guy gets picked up? Okay, that's showing you something important, I'm sure. That he can get plucked out of cars, and it does show you something important, that we need to hit the on-off switch. We're going to pluck him out of the car. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Pluck him out. Pluck him out. I need to... Oh, no. I couldn't just... Oh, okay. Apparently an aerial fight. And it will require you to take the balloon first. We're going to check this end. Okay, so eventually we'll want the state to be back to on. Okay, so you can't make contact. You actually have to get him on the claw and then drop him out of the claw. And drop him into the abyss. And then that's how you take him out. Really interesting fight. For the second P versus Clown car boss fight we've seen today. Or, well, I mean, the other one was P versus Cloud, but you know what I mean. It's a... Why choose fight or flight when you can just do both? And... yeah, sure, we'll grab everything. But here for a reason. And there we go. Okay. Beams versus balloons. Well, looks like that round went to the balloons. So this one's very new. Snowkey Panic. Which, given the title, I expect the SMB2 suit. Snowbuddy, better remove the key from the cavern or a cold reception awaits. You might say it's going to be Sub-Zero in Subcon. 3-minute record from only 2 clears. This is, of course, very, very new. Okay, so that's just going to tell you about the snowball plucking, and I'm glad we had a reminder of that, because that's something that if I didn't see it in the trailer, I would not have discovered it on my own, I don't think. Let's pluck something out. I mean, I would have discovered it by accident. Eventually, or through some kind of required interaction. Okay, that's a bit of lock protection, that's nice. Love how you can just pick up the whole stack of that. Just get one measly snowball out of the stack. Okay, what comes out of the pipe? Now that's something that is really quite unique, and which I also would not have picked up on if I hadn't watched the trailer for the patch, I think. Because it's just not an interaction that would necessarily occur to you. Now, this level I think does a pretty good job of teaching it, in that you just can't get past that barrier without trying it and learning that move. Here shows you how it works when they're stacked. That is very SMP2-like. Okay. Nice thing about these cloud block slacks is that you can also just go side to side. It does feel very accurate to how the original game works. This is a nice challenge with the twisters. Nice location here. Okay, we'll just keep digging and fall back in. I think that's the strategy we should use here. Yeah, sure, we'll take the coins. Okay, so it is just going to be like going down a jar. And we're going to take the cursed key and just run back up top. Yeah, it's on the easier side, and that's not a problem. Still kind of learning this. I think this is very much a level that is about creating the SMB2 feel as authentically as possible, and including a lot of the running back and forth. So we'll just take the key all the way back to the front. I think that's very clear. Ah, yes, and that's how we see the vine kick in. Okay, pluck this. There we go. Now, let's kick this. Okay. So we need to kick that, and then we need to probably lift it. I probably should lift it in advance, in fact. No, lift it and hold it. Now, do I get to soft drop it? Yes, because it will roll, right? Yeah, there we go. And of course we are going for the 3 coin. And then, okay. Flag. Okay. That was a pretty quick run through the whole set by the owl. A moment, I do have something picked out to do next. I'll just have to check one thing. Yeah, I know which one we're doing next. Okay, so I did Meng a bit of a disservice the other day because I played their propeller level and just could not get through it because it's all about like going off screen to the bottom of the screen. So we're going to do something easier. We're going to do this new one, which I understand is already a revised edition of a new level. Stop the Mushroom, Do It. This one has a higher clear rate. Hopefully I will be able to grasp the concept a little more easily. Yeah, Meng is highly prolific. Dozens and dozens of levels that I'm still getting through. Played only a lot of the earlier ones, but a lot of interesting concepts. Okay, so that's going to be a stomp. And then, do you ride that and jump? I think that might actually be it. Actually, no, we should let that land. Let's start this over. And then the spring should push me, right? Yeah, nice. Look at that. Look at that. That's a pretty cool interaction. And that's just controlled by the on-off state. This is top of the screen. Nothing there. So there's going to be some kind of on-off interaction that is triggered by this guy.
Oh, no.
I don't wonder what it will be. Look at that. Yeah, if you jump, it's like a wall jump almost off of that spring. Let us slide into you. Okay. Yep. And then the on-off platform is buried underneath. Okay, so if we do a ground stomp here, we should be able to clear the height right over to Pokey to watch. Nice. That felt great.
Oh no!
Okay, should have stomped that on the right side. That's a very satisfying bounce. In terms of the way it uses the spring momentum. Oh, slipped right off that one. Would be an interesting one to try to do for a speed record. Not necessarily going to do it, but I think there's quite a lot that you can do with it to improve your time. Oops. Totally flubbed that jump. Missed it. It was working pretty reliably before. Let's I can just repressing the jump late now. There we go. Yep, just going to use the stomp, gain as much height as we can. Whoops.
Oh no!
I think I am late on a jump, for some reason. Starting to slip on it. Yeah, I had it very consistently earlier. I'm not sure why this is slipping all of a sudden. Oh, I think I know why. It's the D-pad input. Almost certainly. Okay. Gotta get this consistently. We have a couple of jumps like this. This level. I think I'm actually jumping too early. I need to let the spring push me first. But not that late. The very... like, it feels very natural when you do it right. I'm not sure why I'm suddenly blowing it. Not. Going to do a number on that 8% clear rate. Alright, guys. Oh. Not covering enough distance. Need to let the spring push me a little further. Whoops. I think I should not be doing the ground pound from all the way up there. I was just kind of doing it down low before. That seemed to work better. Okay. We'll see what I'm doing wrong. Gotta fix this somehow. Maybe coming in a little too far to the right, in fact. Yep, that's it. It's had a little too much room ahead of the trampoline. We fixed it, I think. We'll see when that is tested against this guy here. Yeah. Oh, we got a slide under this. Had the wall jump off of that, but I was a little bit late. There we go. Yeah, it was definitely a problem of distance. But I think we learned it. Whoa. Cancelled out of that. A mistake. Okay. Here we go. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
Okay. I see, just bouncing a little too early. Yeah, we're bouncing before the spring is hitting me. That's the issue there. I think maybe I do need the full ground pound height, as indicated. Yeah, it felt really reliable every time earlier, and then now it's just kind of falling apart slightly. But we'll do it. It's almost certainly just a D-pad related issue, I would imagine. Okay. Let's try to time this one out. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm just late on my bounces from time to time. We will try to get that down a little more reliably. Whoops. Far left. I don't want to ground pound there because I want to slide in like I was doing earlier.
Oh no!
Whoops. Here we go. Interesting use of the single on-off dotted line blocks as indicators. Whoops. Totally flubbed that one. As indicators of the state of the hidden mushroom platforms. Low on that jump. Yeah, something definitely went off with my reaction time here, but we got it. We got it. Okay, yeah, I'm just missing the jump button entirely when I want to high bounce. That's part of the issue here. Pretty interesting setup, though. Okay, got the bounce that time, but not the jump height. I think I need to watch the animation a little more closely. Yeah, that's part of the solution here. I think I'm trying to do it too much by rhythm and not enough by the visual indication of when the trampoline is making contact.
Oh no!
I think it actually works kind of like a wall jump in a way. Yeah, that was fine, except I was hanging left for all the wrong reasons. I'll let that thing push me. Here we go. Okay, I'm just missing the jump button on my high bounce entirely. Safety. Boss rush went great. Welcome back. Yeah, the boss rush went great. We took a bit of a breather after that and followed that with Nocturnal's whole set. I wanted to get that recorded. We are doing a Mang level right now, which is not going as well as it was earlier, because a lot of it is based on this on-off trampoline setup, and that gives you that very weird high bounce that clears a ton of distance. I was doing it about 100% of the time earlier, and then I started flubbing it now. Okay, there we go. That feels great. That feels great. Okay, we haven't passed this point yet, partly as a matter of timing.
Oh no!
Quite possible I need some momentum going into it, instead of just doing a static jump. It looks tight, but I think it's partly because I'm not accounting for the timing. At that time, I was just early on the jump, before I was properly pushed by the spring. Very specific timing there. Okay, there we go. I think part of it is I'm still not entirely 100% sure what does make that input work. Like whether there's something directional. It's very specific to it. It's possibly I'm releasing down from the ground pound too early. Okay. Yeah, maybe I do need momentum going into it. Or maybe there's something else that I'm not doing right. There we go. Yeah, let's slide down. Whoa, no, totally flubbed that. Just slide down into it. See how it goes. Yeah, it is momentum based. And then, how do we... Oh, we got a long jump into this. Long jump with a slightly better aim. Oh, whoops. Got to do the ground pound. Yeah, you see how it works. Like, normally, when you walk on this, it does not behave as a mushroom platform even when it is on the on state. In order to do it, you have to do the pound just to displace the normal bricks. So, I mean, that's pretty much the central mechanic of the level. I guess it would have worked with the old mushroom platforms before as well. But here it works specifically. Oh, I see. I need to hit that again. Here we go. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, but with, of course, the on-off setups, you get some interesting designs like what you're seeing here. Now, it looks like the pulley is positioned in such a way that there will be some kind of interesting bounce that we get when we boost into it. Nice, I like the reuse there. Very nice reuse. Now, this is going to bounce me upwards into the trampoline, and that's going to bounce me left and take me up to that platform. That's going to be cool to watch. Oh, I see. Okay, gotta let him push me. Yeah, that's neat. Look at that. Like I was saying, trying to speedrun this level I think would be very interesting. I get some extra height there. And then, okay. Slam into this, and it will be bouncing on the right platform, over the column, and then over to the left platform, I see. Yeah, the spring setups in the first part were definitely the technically most difficult thing for me to execute. Okay, I will have to get up there and hit the POW after a series of wall jumps. Now, how will we get enough height to get on the left side? Okay, now we need to do this first. And needed to get a good enough bounce off of that to wall jump off the wall facing left, hit the POWs from there. Yeah, this second half is much more relaxed. Okay. Gotta do a wall jump like half a tile away. Or rather a long jump. There we go, there we go. Much better. And then... I think it doesn't help for me to be short, but I see, I'm just a little too far to the right. And maybe a little low on the wall jump. Let's see what we can do about this. Quite possibly I need some actual momentum, but... might be something I'm missing about this mechanic. Because definitely momentum was something that mattered. We found that out the hard way earlier. So, maybe let's try this again. And try to get some height. Seems like that's I'm overthinking though. I think this almost certainly has to be just a correct solution after solving everything else here. Does seem one tile too high though, doesn't it? Let's twirl before we do the wall jump. No. That's not gonna be it. Maybe we needed a higher ground stomp, actually. That might be it. I don't know if that makes a difference. You would think that we would have learned by now in this level, if that makes a difference. Or maybe my inputs are just totally off. Okay. Okay. Oh boy, okay. Gotta do that over again, probably. Yeah, we gotta do this whole segment. Definitely slipping on the controller a bit. Oh wow, we're gonna have time trouble. That's okay, we know the puzzle solutions at least. It's just executing this stuff here. Yeah, no, we have to just get some kind of momentum into it. Not exactly sure where that's going to come from. Almost certainly from this guy here. Hang on. This is something that we generally have trouble with anyway, just entering down-facing pipes. Like it... There's a surprising amount of trouble. I think... Yeah, we're actually bumping our head on it now, so... Probably just a responsiveness of my wall jump. I just need to be quicker. There we go. There we go. I cannot believe I struggled on that for a full minute. And we're going to run out of time, but let's hit the checkpoint first. And... I think I'm just slipping on the controller a bit. You can see I've been declining on this level. Okay, we're going to run out of time, but that's going to be the setup. And we understand it. That's fine. We understand how that's going to work. And yeah, this... I can see where the high clear rate is coming from now that I've seen everything past checkpoint 1. In that, like, time is the likeliest thing to kill you if you fail to enter pipes like that. Other than that, the things that we see here are pretty straightforward demonstration. Oh, I see. That's going to be a long jump off the high platform. Yeah, just gotta hit this, and long jump, get away. Right? I think I'm just slow. But I think the idea is probably correct. No, I'm hitting the ceiling on that, so... I think a normal jump might actually do it. I just need to... well, let's puzzle this out. No, I need a long jump. Sure. I don't know what this is all about. Oh, that's just a celebration. Okay. Yeah, I'm just launching too early. I need to launch from the left side. Whoops. Too late. And I need to react a little better. Press that. Possibly do a... I don't think I need a ground pound, I just need a standard jump off of that platform. Okay. Whoops. Yes, but... Accidentally pressing a squirrel kind of threw off my intention to wall jump off the next location. There we go, much better. And then we need to do it again because we failed to do that thing twice. Okay. That's okay, we know what the positioning should be now. Half tile right in the middle like that. And then need to dash right off the edge. The kind of distances that you would generally not be able to cover without momentum from a setup like this. That's the thing you realize about a lot of Magnus levels if you play them. Like, even right from the start, a lot of their levels were kind of based on things like thwomp riding and a lot of things that are based on momentum manipulation. Just really taking advantage of how you can get lift and speed from various elements in the game. Okay, slipping on the jump buttons a bit. Very late on the inputs. Definitely going to have to play something a little easier and less input intensive after this one. As my next selection. There we go. No, too late. Too late. It's poor reaction time. Yeah, gotta go right off the edge. Nope. Quite possibly I'm not being deflected far enough, but I'm not sure the long jump makes a difference. I think it always bumps you back the same way. Okay. More kind of recovering enough time to do the next input after that. Okay. We're gonna have serious time trouble if we see more of these setups ahead. Good practice, though. You never know when this will come in handy. Okay. If I know I'm not going to make the timing, better to relax and practice it. Wow, way off, way off. Not even close. I am quite glad that this is not a do-or-die situation. I do get the opportunity to practice it repeatedly a bit. Okay. Way too late. Way too late. I wonder if there's something else I can be doing with the input. Okay. Whoops. Okay, I think I might know a way to get it under control, but I'll have to test it out a few times. Gotta build a little more momentum after deflection. No, jumping too early. Okay. Too low. Hitting the wall now, at least. Maybe... No, I think I do still need the long jump there. Nope, just poor takeoff. Whoops. After a while, when you repeat things enough, you start to lose your touch a little bit. Start sweating all over the controller. Which makes things slightly harder, and we will have more after this. So we're just going to run out of time on this little setup here. Crashing against it for minutes. Okay. Gotta master this, though. We want to get ahead in this level. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to make it on this attempt, but got to figure out how to get this a little more reliable on the upper segment. Clearly, the takeoff point is just too early. And I can see that in the animation every time I'm loving that. So let's just do this again. Same segment. Okay. There we go. Pretty straightforward, and here we are already. Let's cheer. There we go. And look at that. First attempt. Okay, we need to dash right into that thing, I think. As soon as we hit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we need to get down there. Oh, I see. So the platforms are now buried under the on-off blocks, you see. So... yeah. No, we're going to crash into this, and it's going to send us springing up, and we need to do that little wall jump there. Okay, need to jump into it and then get a bit of a burst. Nope, need momentum sailing into it so it will launch us upwards. I think I may be jumping late. We'll need to figure this out. There we go. I was actually jumping early. Never mind that. Okay, there's going to be a platform that's low down. The objective is just to hit the on-off switch once the POWs, right? Looks like we need to go down and then back up. Hit the POWs. There we go. Pretty simple. And that's it. Yeah. I don't think the setups in this level were necessarily that tight. They were more that my bounce timing was totally falling apart after a few attempts. So, as you can see, a record of 1 minute 23, and somebody really did figure out how to speed through it reliably, so congratulations to them. Okay, I'm going to need to cool down with something a little more technical, less technical, rather. This might be a good time to take a look at Got That Money's world. I think you're still here and hanging out, right? And this will be a lot of older levels by you that I have not... there we go. Recorded, not have recorded. I've played almost everything of yours, but that's partly why I know that running the world is going to be something that's doable. And we can kind of see what you did with the world map and see how different the levels feel when they're kind of balanced around a limited bank of lives, depending on what you started with. So why don't we take a look? Super Actic Edge world. I'm going to start in good old grassland. A lot of ninjas on this already, so have people figure out what the ninjas are all about. Is it... I originally thought that there would be number of clears on the world map, and that you would gradually see the numbers drop off, and that does not appear to be the case. I never understood what they actually indicated. It could be current number of players, for all I know. I mean, I know that your levels have been super, super popular, probably because they've been showing up with a ton of likes on them already when they show up in the random browser, or the world selector. So people who are trying to bring up worlds at random, you know, they would see this and they would see tons of likes on it and think that it's something spectacular, which, knowing your levels, a lot of them are. So you're going to start me off with 5 lives, which I think is really going to change the experience, because I'll actually have to be a little more cautious. It is actually amazing when you go back to Classic Mario how much a limited bank of lives really changes your assessment of risk when it comes to thinking about what you can do and thinking about what you can retry. So I think playing a lot of Mario Maker in modes where lives do not matter has really thrown off my sense of that. And see, yeah, I'm already skipping 1-ups for no reason. Let's actually take your time with the coins. Yeah, lovely trees here. I do remember playing this. I don't remember if this was one of the ones that you ported over from Maker 1, because I know I played a lot of them then as well. Okay, down to pipe, very clearly indicated by the fact that it goes through the ground. And here's another 1-up. 1.5 right there. Yeah, it could be, you know, that they ping the server at the point in the level at which they suspend. Interesting that you have a lot of people, like double the number of players that are stuck a little further up ahead. Let's grab some of these coins. We're at 93. And love the little cheap cheeps here in the makeshift pool. You know, in the absence of water that you can place as rectangles. Yeah, this one was totally new. Right, that's right. And I had put a like on it last time I played it. So. This is also totally going to expose which of your levels I may have neglected to put a like on, for whatever reason. I think I like most of yours, though. Okay, I've always been bad at this. Couldn't do it even back in SMB3, so... Nope. Alright. We'll walk away disappointed. We got a ninja in the little cloud there. Very cute. So, 197 people who may or may not have stopped here. Let's see what this is. World 1, Midnight Munchers. Yeah, actually very thematically appropriate to order them like this because of the way you do the trees. I kind of like how they actually do sort of flow into each other. And in the SMB3 style, of course. But I think you build quite a lot of SMB3. Yeah, of course we're getting that. But But yeah, I think my sense of the tuning of these levels definitely changes quite a bit when I see them in this context. Oh, there's something up there. Of course, we're going to do it. Of course, we are. I don't want a flower, I want to fly. Have enough distance there. No, that's fine. We'll just take off down here. All these skull markers. Expert path is really hard. Okay. I feel like I would have seen this one already, though. As an expert path. 2 red coins. Pink coins. Case may be. Okay, we need to smash that with something. That's what we need to smash it with. And we needed to deflect it up, probably with a trampoline. I'm gonna move a trampoline then. Yep. I don't know if I did this path previously, now that I look at it. Nope, need to bounce it a little further. Whoops. Gotta be this. That's a, whoops, bit inaccurate, but we can deal with it. Okay, so we won't get the benefit of the leaf this time. Much harder without the leaf, in fact. Much, much harder. Now, it would be pretty embarrassing if we had a game over right here. I think the only real change, actually, is just that without the one-way panel, you'd be able to back out of it. But, I mean, I don't mind it, but obviously my sense of risk is, again, very different now that I'm not playing with infinite lives. And I may just outright lose here, which I was not expecting. That's okay. I mean, it's useful to flow through these things to see what the world experience is like and how it might differ. Okay, down to 3 lives. Serves us right for taking this so casually, eh? Okay. P-switch. Yeah, I saw that coming. Trying to plan out my escape. I don't mind the difficulty at all. Obviously, I was saying, very different context to see this world setting. Am I down to 1 life? Wow, I'm down to 1 life. The first time I didn't even think about the segment because of the way I had access to the leaf. I may just hit game over here. I feel like I need to do this, though. Yeah. Okay, down to 5 lives again, so technically we lost 2. I was originally going to just set a self-imposed rule of saying, okay, let's actually make the life count matter. And let's, you know, just play until the first game over. I did not expect it in the second level. But, I mean, we have seen the hard path. And of course, I feel an obligation to do it now. We might have to do it the easy way of the leaf, but... I just not hit this block. Okay. Oh no, I checked that before. Okay. Love how you can see these decorations on your way down when you scroll down the camera. Those subtle touches that kind of make something feel a lot better all around. Okay, let's grab the leaf. And let's lose the leaf. Let's check these again. Remember if any of them... Okay, Fire Flower will do some good. I can't get up there without the leaf anyway, can I? So... yes I can. So, it's gonna give me the evil laugh. Oh, and it gives me a leaf as a conditional power-up to begin with. Okay, yeah. And I'm gonna lose it anyway. That's fine, that's fine. Part B. I'm past the part, rather, where I needed it. Didn't even see the munchers that time, but should have known about that. Okay, getting under this guy. I still don't have a good method for that. I've been taking a hit here every attempt. I just need to solve that. Let's lead this away. Yeah, too bad the pipe spawns just take forever in this game. Okay, lead target, come on. Alright, let's not get trapped. What do we say about not getting trapped? Whoa. Okay, that's gonna get wrecked. Great. We're gonna take that. I feel like it's gonna be useful. Okay, on-off switches. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't carry this. I feel like that's gonna distract me. Maybe I shouldn't leave it there either because it'll prevent me from picking up the coin. Take this cautiously. That's totally going to despawn by the time I get across. But... okay. Well, that's how that went. Yeah, we need a better method for this guy. See, this is precisely the kind of optional content that most players just would not do, right? So... you kind of want to clear it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're picking up the conditional leaf, the first part is just trivial. Like, that's really the thing that makes all the difference in a world. So our game over count is up to 2. Now, we'll see how many more of these hard modes we can actually do as we progress. Whoops. Lost the leaf. That's okay. We know we don't actually need it. And we know we don't really need the flower because we'll get a conditional leaf right off the start. Dash into it. Lose it. And, oh, we didn't grab the coin. And... do that already? Okay, let's lead this guy over here. Actually, no, we need to break this first. Then we'll think about leading over. It's okay, that still works. That still works. Let's take this down. I don't think this will help, given that I've seen everything here and it's already pretty springy as it is. Nope. Oh, almost had it. Almost had it. Whoop. I think maybe just making it always a leaf up front instead of a conditional power-up might be the only fix it actually needs. With the leaf, it's completely reasonable. Okay. This guy down. No. Okay, let's... I'll catch up on your comment in a moment. I want to clear this part first. Whoa. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, I think it would work at its own level. I mean, you know, the way it is currently situated as a bonus section that is way harder than anything else around it is, first of all, I'm tanking the clear rate, although it's probably got enough players that doesn't matter. And the other thing is that, like, apart from me just kind of going out of my way to do it because I want to, a lot of players will just never see it. And you might not get good information on how hard it actually is. Although, I mean, I think building hard modes into standard levels is definitely fine. Like, I've seen it done very well. I feel like we need every life we can get. Okay, let's actually not lose this leaf right off the bat. Yeah, you see, it feels absolutely fine. And then I'm just going to grab myself. Okay, we have a bit of a hit buffer now, and that's going to help. Lead this way. Yeah, I feel like if I had passed this the first time I played this level, I would have remembered. Okay. Fine, it's fine. Gotta make it back. Well, getting a little closer. I mean, the alternate paths are kind of equivalent choices, and yeah, but I think it's one of those things where there's much more of a reason to have them now if they are very rewarding. You know, hard to find but relatively easy to play, perhaps. Or slightly more difficult to play but very rewarding in terms of lives. Given that the world format encourages that kind of exploration a bit more, I think it's definitely the best thing that's done for more traditionally oriented makers. Okay, last time we actually had the benefit of an extra hit from the mushroom. This time, not be so lucky. Oh. Nope. Bumping against it. Should probably not take the risk of going off screen there. Yeah, I'm just gonna die on this attempt. Yeah, we've been totally distracted by this and not seeing the rest of your world, but at the same time, I think it would be interesting to clear that. So, show that I can do it. So much for our best laid plans. Yeah, because, you know, really, like I said, who else is going to do this for you? Yeah, I mean, if I see more hard worlds in some of your other levels later, I probably won't do them this run, but We'll see, we'll see. I was originally hoping to just play this through with no continues, but this level had something to say about that plan. Oh wow. Shot in all directions at once. That's okay, I'm enjoying this, though. Or I wouldn't be doing it. Don't actually need this. Although I almost wonder, hey, wait. No. I mean, I guess I can't really bounce it without an up throw like in Super Mario World. But I probably should have thought about using that trampoline as an extra safety platform to begin with. I mean, you know, if people run into it in the course of playing your world, yeah, it's just going to look like a massive death trap. I don't necessarily think you need to change this level, though. I think that it would be something that you would want to revisit for its own independent level, as you were saying, with the setups cleaned up. Really, in the context of this level, the one thing I would change so far is the additional power-up at the start. I think going back and forth 3 times on the last segment with the spiny without any changes, you know, it looks like it needs a little something, but because otherwise you are just kind of going back and forth 3 times. And if you have a good consistent pattern for that, well, great. But it might need some kind of failure point, like, or safety net for like one failure, like one set of temporary platforms. But the issue you get into with those is kind of cheesing it by respawning them. But I think just a maybe small set of falling platforms that you use once when you cross over, and you don't have the benefit of them the second time back, right? So I think they could maybe change that up and smooth out the curve a little bit. Okay, let's do this again. Also think that if I miraculously manage to survive with the leaf up to that point, the leaf is going to make that last coin much easier. Okay, back down we go. See, look at that, so smooth. Let's not get trapped. Let's lead this. That P-switch is so slow. So slow. And the thing is, even with red pipes, they don't spawn very well in this game. Like, you have to spawn things well in advance. Otherwise, yeah, I guess that is a bit of a massive death trap in its own right. Okay, let's create an extra safety platform for ourselves. Somehow. I think doing it slowly is probably right answer. Nope, we gotta break this first. Break it wide open. I almost think I should do the last segment first, but whoa, 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 no. Didn't have a safe moment to drop that. Oh, we almost made it. Almost. Come on, P-switch. Yeah, I think the P-switch location there too, just given the spawn timing, might also be a bit of an issue. Like if you're looking at reworking this course. The visibility of these munchers up here... Well, I mean, when you know to expect them, that's fine, but it's more that you had a very consistent method of, you know, making munchers visually clear in the hits. I think that set is a little harder to see until you run into it. Okay. Alright, let's give ourselves extra platform once again. Oh, that totally did nothing for us. Ugh. Just could not find a good time to go. Probably should have gone a high block on the right and then bounced back to the left. Just didn't really have an opportunity to plan that one out. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, if you pass the first part with a leaf, the extra hit buffer you would get is already going to make a big difference. Okay, so now this world layout, like you had gone up to 4 worlds with 20 stages, right? If I read that correctly. We'll see how much more of that we have time for after we beat this segment here. I'd like to do some more of it. I don't know that I'll do the whole thing, but I did confirm earlier that resuming Worlds in Progress does in fact save your lives and coins. Not that it makes a difference right now with all the game overs and resets we have going here, but at least it makes it feel more like a continuous save file. Yeah, using the tail, that... I think the piranha is less of an issue there than the spike ball, but we'll see. I mean, it may just be that... Oh. Let's lead this over. It may just be that I'm underestimating the piranhas because I'm distracted by the spike ball. Let's get some slightly better use out of this platform this time. That's still useless, okay. Okay, just need to work around its firing pattern. There is a generous amount of time when it is not firing. Just need to take better advantage of that. Oh boy. That was a choke. That was a massive choke. Okay. This is gonna be death. I don't know if you've seen the more recently known Twister tech that allows you in some game styles, SMB1 for sure, and possibly SMB3, definitely Super Mario World, that allows you to cling to the bottoms of twisters. And suddenly twisters are just a lot more versatile because, you know, using them in their standard form, I think everybody was surprised when this game came out to find how unreliable they felt. But okay, we're doing it. We were very, very close. Very, very close. It may, in fact, save time to just start over. That's okay, that isn't necessarily going to help with our current sticking point. I think this is partly shocking because it's, I think, easily the toughest content I've played from you, and I do include that Poison Raft stage that you had seen me play on stream previously. Like that one. I mean, that one, of course, was just a much more unified design all around, because, like, this was clearly a bonus zone. Well, so much for that. But yeah, it's, I mean, you know, it's interesting. Like, this setup here, it's very nice. Trying to escort the ball back and forth. Okay, let's lead this guy down. I do like that you have this continuous skull pattern all over the place to kind of remind you that you're in hard mode in case there's any mistake. Well, trampoline is maybe slightly less useless than it was before. Could in fact use the extra buffer given how slipping off the blocks by a tile was the thing that was getting me earlier. Okay. I think I got hit off screen. I thought I was safe at that point, but... Yeah, the difficulty of the bonus area is definitely something that you are warned about. You know, you get the skulls and a Doom music and a red pipe and everything, and I cannot say I wasn't warned. Yeah. I almost think that the camera lock is part of the issue here, just from, like, I assume that's because you just did not build above the center line. Like, without any coins or anything, and for the most part that's fine. It causes an issue in two places. It causes an issue with the munchers right here, in the top right, the screen just now. And it especially causes an issue with the spiny segment, because you can't really safely go above it. Like, I think something like a few coins to permit the camera scroll is really all it needs. Okay. That's okay. I mean, you know, this will be a good little playtest for you to see what does or doesn't work in the event that you do wish to revisit this and expand it. Okay, got the trampoline in about the same spot this time. Wow, that was dangerous. Okay, got a diagonal firing pattern this time. What a landing. Very rare that I'll do something quite that accurately. You see, I wanted to at least prove that it's beatable in its current form, because of course the thing about that segment, I mean, I'm sure you tested it extensively and played through it, but the thing is, if I didn't know you, like, I would not know if a bonus segment like that actually survived a reasonable clear check. Or at least I wouldn't have a sense of how long it would take to clear check it. I mean, I'm sure you kind of played it through quite a few times when laying it out yourself, but... yeah, that ambition definitely failed. Trying to go for a tail whip that time. We did at least preserve the mushroom this time, that will help. As long as we don't get nuked here. Nope, miss. Okay, let's lead it back. Here we go. Nice obvious arrow at least. Very helpful. Come on, down, down, down. Down, down, down. There we go. That made things worse. Well, maybe we can pick it up on the way back. No. I was hoping for kind of a medium bounce on that, but not that much granularity on the jump blocks. Yeah, well, I do want to at least kind of prove that it's doable. Okay. That's the other thing, is that you need to stand aside from the pipe a little bit in a setup like that in order to get the P-switch to spawn. Like, you can't be too far away from it, but you also can't be on it. pipe spawning in this game is generally, I think, a little bit unintuitive sometimes. I can see why they do it like that. Just as a matter of fairness for levels where people are going really fast. But I think it causes a lot of problems. When you go back to classic Mario, as I think I've pointed out a couple of times before, the responsiveness of the pipes is really one of the first things you notice. Okay. Trampoline was not in a great position again. Oh, no wonder it's so much easier going left to right. It's because I'm following the curve of the spiny. Nope. Not do that. Oh, hey, it's actually useful. Oh, useful. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Start with a spike ball, you can lead it back left and it can fall off. Yeah. I should have. I thought about that earlier, and I think I didn't do it because I was half expecting it to respawn without realizing that it's not really within a range where that would be an issue. Yeah, we're stubborn about this. And I feel like we've made a commitment. Thought this would be such a relaxing stroll. Nope. That's what happens when you're distracted by chat for a moment and look away from the screen. Segment that you're not really thinking about. Okay. Alright, let's give this another go. Got a very stylish fireball whip there. Sweeten the deal. That was a bad idea. I thought I would try to get enough lift to cheese the next part. That did not happen. Our advantage has been lost. Probably should have passed through this segment safely first. Look at that tilt on the corner like that. Oh. Where will it take me this time? Over there. Okay, I may need to pick that one up again. That has not fixed matters. Nope. That's twice now that I've landed very accurately on that. Amazing how that works. Now I look forward to seeing Safety's drawing. I don't know if That was this level or the earlier one. We'll have to earn it though. We'll have to earn it the hard way. Okay, that's not a bad position this time. Okay, that was risky. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. Realized there that the next pattern would be diagonal, and that would not be something that gave me high prospects for survival. Okay. Nope. Small bounce from that platform to the one under the tracks. Okay. Almost. Okay. Let's try to do it properly. Got quite far with the leaf last time, we were just reckless. Might solve a lot of problems. What was I saying? However, we do know. Possible to get back here, yes it is. I think. So, what we're going to do, we're going to grab the flower first. The thing that would usually be the flower. Are you kidding? Okay. Night theme. Nope. That ambition was forestalled. That's fine, we'll do it anyway. This is accidentally the hardest thing that I've done today. Cute little 1-2 traditional level. Oh. That's okay. That's what you put it in there for. For anyone crazy enough to try it. Okay. No. Kinda saw that would be a problem in advance. Well, I mean, I think a lot of players who see this and want to kind of continue playing your world, they're probably not going to retry it. I mean, they're stuck here. Well, I mean, they can always just exit the stage, right? So they're not even necessarily stuck here unless they really want to commit to respawning at the checkpoint. Oh. Okay, straight pattern will be next. Look at that. Incredible accuracy. Incredible accuracy. Imagine if those were cannonballs, like that would solve so many problems. Almost. Nope. Gotta reposition this. No. Okay, let's... Well, yeah, I mean, you know, this was not originally designed with the context of putting it in a world, right? I think it's something that everybody's going to be struggling to accommodate. Alright, we've got a crack at doing this with the leaf again. Let's not wreck it. Let's not wreck it too much. That's going to be such a liability. That's just going to despawn. Great. Okay. Let us not waste this. Whoop. Too busy talking. I should be flying. Still mentally in squirrel mode or cape mode. Okay. Next one is diagonal. One is straight. I don't think that helps me. No. Okay. Just amazing what that does to my jumping accuracy. Ways I never imagined. Well, for a moment it looked like it would be to one. I mean, at least I'm doing this early stuff consistently enough now that it doesn't matter too much that I'm respawning without the leaf, even though I'm, you know, making a hit in the first segment. Okay. Easy. How do I not have a like on this level? I feel like, maybe I just didn't play it. I don't know. Could have been one that I missed. But... Well, I'm pretty far from the 23-second record. Okay, given how much time I spent on it, I may only do World 1. But you know where to find me. I may continue this at another point, but let's relax with another secret hard path that I completely failed to anticipate. Oh hey, this one I definitely remember from Maker 1. Because I remember picking out some of the alternate routes in Maker 1. But I know you made some changes, as I recall, but and it's been long enough now that I don't remember, you know, all the alternate routes. But I spent some time exploring it in its original form. Okay, yeah, gotta drop a bomb on the left side. And of course, having the bomb deflection physics in Mario Maker 2 works a whole lot better. So they're not just bouncing and deflecting too far like they used to do. Probably should have just whipped some of them. Yeah, just another leaf. Oh, look, there's another leaf spot up there. Middle left. Hang on. Do this properly. Nope. Gotta fill up a little bit more pee. Yeah. That should do it. No. I don't know if we actually have enough room to build momentum without being trapped by the other bullet. Maybe I should double back after that one. I need a different location. Right here. Where I get rid of the Koopas. Now let's whip this guy. Oh hey, Fireflower, I don't need you. Oh, alright, fine. That's the end of that adventure. Optional hard path. Yep, more fire. Well, I like that this much is doable without the track. But let's get back on. Clearly, the end of where that was viable. Okay. This is going much better than the last one. Much, much better. Oh. Oh, missed that secret spot up there. I think we've missed our chance to switch to tracks, so... Too bad. But yeah, I mean, I am somebody who appreciates alternate paths, so... Kind of nice to have a maker format that rewards them a little more than we've done otherwise. Hey, we haven't seen a minigame today, let's just pump this up. Took me a moment to realize that this is really just pumping and there's no game to it. But yeah, I'll probably save this after World 1, and we will continue where we left off. Another session. Good to kind of have a sense of scale for how long a world should take me, not counting bonus worlds. Not counting bonus rooms, rather. Or hard mode rooms. Why did I do that? Kind of searching for what the platform placement was in a lower level. And missed it. I always find his music very soothing. Of course we're doing it. Of course we are. And in we go. Oh, don't know how that happened. That was just a bit of a flinch. Okay. Navigate that safely. Grab the 50 coin. Isn't it nice to actually build the bank of lives again after the fiasco earlier? You see, that's the thing, that hard mode segment earlier, that's very in line with what I'd often be doing in something like a Euro level session that, you know, people would send me that stuff all the time. And, oh no, we need to release that first and then send it down to Belt. And... there we go. Whoop. But yeah, it really kind of draws attention to how inattentive you become to lives. in a Mario Maker setting. Yeah, of course we'll check this. I assume it's just power-ups. I can whip that guy, I guess. And then forward. And down. Oh no, we gotta release it here first. You know, when I replayed Super Mario World, like as I was saying earlier, like Tubular didn't feel that bad at all. And then the one immediately after that, Way Cool, is the one that has tracks based on-off switches. And was really surprised to find that it was kind of terrible. Like, it might be the worst stage in the game. Just in terms of, like, how many things we would consider bad on-off track design in a Mario Maker context, like with tracks that take forever to kind of let you know that your on-off state has already killed you well in advance. But thankfully, as players, we have learned, we have elaborated on the art form. We have kind of appreciated Nintendo for all the things that did work marvelously. But yeah, I was thinking just, you know, sailing through that game and being, okay, Tubular, no problem, and then just Way Cool, which is an absolute wall. But yeah, it was really quite satisfying. I ran it 96 exits with no continues, which, you know, easy enough for people who speedrun, which I am not. But actually just kind of doing it with no continues is something that I didn't do when I originally played the game, because you just wouldn't have the system on that long, right? I mean, it doesn't actually take that long. It takes maybe about 6 or 7 hours as a fairly slow player and definitely not a speedrunner. I thought I would just kind of do it as a content review of the whole game. A lot of things that are really surprising. Like, I did that with SMB3 last year. Just did a full warpless run. Just to kind of familiarize myself with it all over again. And you really notice, after playing tons of Mario Maker, all the physics differences. And all the collision behaviors that are slightly different. Like, you know, Pokies aren't quite the same in terms of what they react to, and taking damage doesn't do the same thing always, and when it comes to what you're allowed to pass through. Not a secret hard mode, just a rainstorm. A rainstorm and a firestorm. And a checkpoint. And a bomb setup. Quite literally through the fire and flames. Oh, that's just a decoration door, because you actually were able to spare the number of doors for that. Whoop. Oh, that's snake. Okay, what's this? We gotta check it. Yeah. Hey, we're totally doing it. No, we need to do it with a shell probably, unless there's a safe landing. Yeah, there's a safe landing. Let's see. Couldn't see because of the way the airship camera bobs up and down, which does tend to be a problem. Found that, I mean, it's not an issue for this level, but I found that a lot of people forget to design around the airship camera being a pain. Oh, got your little mod here. Hey, let's see what this is. Secret hard mode? No. Okay. Yeah, that was Into the Storm. And that's the airship. Very fitting one for the airship, because of course it is an airship. Storm. Love the little world completion cannon. Yeah, we're going to save our progress here at this point, because we burnt so much time earlier on that one level. Banked up to 16 lives since, and when we return to it, we'll see if we can do the rest in one segment with no more game overs. I am going to do just a few last short pieces before we call it. We're going to put it down probably before too long. Hey, Safety Man, thank you for the play. Okay, there's one thing I do have to show you folks. This is the other squirrel level that went up earlier today. I'm proud to say I am partly responsible for the title. I suggested the nuts and belts part and seem to appreciate that suggestion. So I have not seen this level in its final form. I had kind of tested it off stream earlier just to play with some of the setups, but we'll see how it goes. It's a similar concept to what we saw at the top of the hour, top of the stream rather, with the acorn suit climbing up conveyor belts, but with a very different sense of difficulty and pace. Basically an acorn trainer. Oops. Follow the coin trail down, bounce in a mole, and then that's the refresh that I was talking about. And then get a refresh in the acorn again. As you can see from the on-off switches, you can expect there to be a little bit of back and forth in a two-state level. Whoops. Oh. Mistake. That's going to be a death. I don't think we'd hit a checkpoint yet, so let's just start over. Yeah. Very, careful in his use of color, as you can see, in terms of using the sky semi-solids to block off the colors of the conveyor belt, so you have one very cleanly visible block. Okay. Drop in. Float, and then we'll get back in action. No. Needed to wall jump a little lower than that, and then boost up to the left side. Okay, that was a close shave. Yeah, these belt blocks, of course, will become relevant on the way back when we change the on-off state, as you might have inferred already from the structure of this level. Nope. Thought I'd do the wall jump early, and that did not go. I mean, I'm pretty sure the acorn stages that are out there are going to be quite punishing fairly soon, and so I was already sent one the other day that just had no hope of beating, at least not in the state of familiarity. Squirrel suit that I had at that point was designed by somebody who had very recently replayed NSMB, and I had not. This one is much more easygoing. You kind of have to trust that you're reading the distances accurately for where it ascends, and particularly the angle, because the facing left or right, when you boost upwards with the squirrel suit, does make quite a big difference, and so one bad input can just throw you off into a position that's very difficult to recover. Okay, no, that's just too early, but that's fine, because taking damage into that, I mean, I didn't do that properly, but that's sufficient to get me to the midpoint and to get to reversal. Now, do everything backwards. Except we try to do it a little better than that. Okay, gonna die here. What I wanted to do there was boost up to the wall, and then I'll jump up from there. That was actually fairly clear to me. One thing you'll see about this level is that since I cleared all the coins on the way in, I kind of lost a lot of my own distance markers, because the coins are only useful once. And that suddenly, when you're back here in a new attempt, it's much clearer. Now, the solution that some people tend to do is, if you're only really using them as markers, to use the empty P blocks that have been introduced. Now, I know that Kavik, the creator of this, does not do that for the reason that you might expect, which is that using P blocks as indicators feels very un-Mario-like. You know, in the same way that, like, when you have levels that are meant to feel a little bit traditional, for aesthetic reasons, you don't want to necessarily overburden them indicators like that. Because coins at least feel quite natural.
Oh no!
In fact, I find that even when I'm working with things as simple and somewhat universal as the on-off dotted line blocks, that I will often try to disguise them as best as I can. But I think everybody sort of has their own level of tolerance for how abstract they want things to look versus how aesthetically clean they want it to be in terms of retaining a very authentic Mario flavor. Which is why, for instance, if you look at the spikes here, the one-tile spikes, that they have a vine going through them just to kind of clean up the look a little bit. And it works quite nicely here because it doesn't clash with anything else, because the red-blue indicators are pretty clear. I flubbed that wall jump. Okay, just go back to continue.
Oh no!
To the checkpoint, rather. And grab that squirrel again. Okay, let's sail our way down. I probably could have just bounced on that one directly, but since we can do it with the drift, let's do it that way. Nope, needed to boost and ascend. Now, for some reason, I find it much more difficult to mentally keep wall jumps straight with the acorn suit when it's doing the wall cling. I'm not sure why. I think, you know, normally when you're doing wall jump and you are doing the slide, you can kind of intuitively understand the friction of pressing against the surface. When you're clinging like that, I actually have a habit of pointing out the way that you do with wall jumps in Super Metroid, which There's always like been the one thing I complain about when it comes to Super Metroid is that like there's really one thing that has aged poorly about it, and that it kind of bet on the wrong side when it comes to how you operate a wall jump. But we'll just have to clean that up. That's the kind of thing that, you know, you just have to learn with the Acorn Suit until you master it. Now this here, as you can see earlier, if you double tap, you ascend in midair and kind of kills you. So nice to have a little bit of a retry point here, where the way I'm doing it now, successfully, is just holding the spin continuously. Now let's refresh that. Let's do the wall jumps accurately, as we were saying earlier. Boost. And here we are. Okay. Drop. Oh. Too low. Bad timing on that.
Oh no!
Hey, watch this. I believe this is a bonus room, yep. And I mean, you know, this is hardly endless or anything. The coins just keep coming. Well, I mean, 3 bursts of coins, I think, if it works like bullet blasters. But let's see where it spits me out. Much further along, in fact. No, whoops. That was just a bit of a directional flub, given that we were a little too high and would run into the saw blade. Actually, no, it just brings you back here. Back to start. Nope, that was a mistake.
Oh no!
Yeah, and the thing about that secret is that I think it's quite fair in terms of being able to see it. Like, it's a very Nintendo-like secret in terms of being right there if you're paying attention, except the platforming is kind of doing a bit of misdirection. Now, ideally I want to get high enough on this that I spin jump off the wall. Spin jump on the wall will get me past the piranhas and then over here.
Oh,
Yeah, there we go. Nope, mistake. But it'll give me an acorn, so that's fine. Very well timed there. I don't think we can expect that kind of generosity as much from this point onwards. Boost. Oh, no, that's a wall jump and then boost. Wall jump and then boost. Take the fall here.
oh no!
Yeah, Alex, I probably won't have time to look at the update today. Oh, you mean the one that I spent all my time doing a first clear on? Well, I mean, if first clear is available, maybe we'll close out with that, but... As you can see, I'm getting a bit of squirrel practice in. The glide. Nice. Love the mole there. So yeah, if you're talking about the squirrel level on your side earlier, I may take a quick look. Since we're warmed up to do that. Oh, you took a break to update. Oh, okay, you updated a different thing. Okay. Yeah, safety. Let me just grab it for you. I thought I sent you a message with it. In Twitch PM, but Twitch messages, I think, have a way of getting lost. I'll just post it. But yeah, worth playing all of them. You definitely want to take a look at House of OOB Out of Bounds. He hasn't uploaded very much, and actually it was kind of shocking how quickly he put this one together. Mostly on stream, in fact, as you may have seen. Okay, I'm only going to do a few final things, probably on the easier side, before I call it. As we will be doing a few more segments. Now, I know that Theorymon had updated one of his older levels, but this is Plumbing Pandemonium Deluxe. We had seen Plumbing Pandemonium and playtested it several times, and we got the first clear on it like pretty much every time, and then I missed it this time because I just wasn't on when he did another round of fixes and juggled some checkpoints around and so on. So, but this was a level that he had originally published a few months ago that was a showcase for the Leaf. And now, because the theme makes a lot more sense for the frog suit, it is now a showcase for the frog suit. So, waterworks is clogged up. Learn to use your plumber's tools to fix it. Let's take a look. The clear rate is now 18%, which is now shockingly high considering where this used to sit. So, if you've played any of Theorymon's levels before, you know that like he structures each of them implicitly with a bit of a story to them. Sometimes very bizarre and surrealist stories, but this one's fairly straightforward. For Mario, this place is flooded, and you just swim through the pipes and you fix them, so. What it is, it's kind of a two-state level where the rooms have a dry state and a flooded state. And as you go through the level, that kind of swaps it around, so you'll see this room recreated. Very familiar setting later on when you swap layouts. So for example, this whole segment over to the left, like that's nothing right now but a bonus. But you're going to see what happens in a moment when we do our little plumbing repair with the tool that every plumber requires in his toolkit, which is a trampoline. Blast that thing. Then down the pipe. And there we are. It's drained. And down to here. Still kind of blocked off. But now we can reach this top corner, which before was not yet exposed. Alex, did I update my world maker? No, because I haven't... I mean, I have not uploaded a world myself, if that's what you're asking. I don't know if you're asking somebody else. Or are you asking about updating your world list? Because I've not looked at your worlds yet. I know that you were still kind of tweaking that. Okay, so, got a boss fight here. Gotta throw this accurately before it wakes up again. It's actually quite a bit better than the earlier version I tested, in terms of just the item placements and Magic Koopa placements in particular. Let me just grab this frog so it doesn't bounce around, because of course the pipe's not going to give me another frog until that one expires. There we go. Or until that one has been obtained. Okay. Now we can actually swim reasonably. Try to get, I think, our first hit. on him. There we go. Second hit. Love how reliably those deflections work. Been a bit of a nightmare to test. Third hit. And let's grab a frog for safety. Down the pipe we go. Through the door, rather. Okay, so now let's fix up the next segment. Drop the P. I think we'll need the second one here. Further ahead. Oh, whoops. We're going to get smushed. No, we're not. And that pipe is just going to burst on us. Well, let's let it go through. Let's actually go under. Needs to be the smarter thing to do. We'll just wait for that to expire. And, oh no, I think path will actually be up the blue pipe. Blue pipe is pretty clearly demarcated. So now we've drained this tank. So you can see this poor little muncher is still trying to lift the lid of this thing. So this room has been completely drained. Means that we can't just swim through these vertical columns. We do need to jump around in this massive sewage system. Perhaps do it a little more accurately. Going to restore ourselves to a state of frogginess. And the repair being complete, we will go back through the pipe. Oh, whoops. My mistake. I was trying to press up in order to go through the door, but we had not safely planted ourselves there. Okay. Lift this. And up. That elevated. Yeah, let's let that whole thing go down. I think now we're in serious trouble. Okay. But at least that swamp has cleared the way and it will disappear on us. I think we need to just pass through, yeah. It's not the way to do it, obviously. The way to do it is to swim through accurately with frog suit, and I should have noticed that this corner here is in fact safe. That's where I should have tucked myself in the first time. But we'll grab another shell. We'll lift our way through the next segment here. That's going to clear this passage. And there you go, it's clear. And now that pipe is still kind of choking up springs. Not a problem for us as we proceed to the next segment. Okay, let's try to navigate this somewhat accurately. Oh, lost the helmet. We better get through this before we are caught by giant wiggler. That is kind of infesting the sewage system. Here we have a boss. Luckily, we have 2 spare frog suits. And we'll just have to get as many hits on him as it takes with the Mecha Koopas. Mecha Koopas, of course, being a new addition, the latest patch that would not have been the original form of this course. The original level was, I think, a little bit different in structure. Like this, I believe, was based on icicles, and the earlier bosses that were based on Mecha Koopa throwing were based on whipping things with the tail, which now it's much more accurate as a representation of the thematic concept that Derrymon was going for. And hey, we're going to watch this little animation here as types are fixed and the one-ups are flowing again. That will be the end of that. So that's the deluxe edition. Oh, 2 minutes behind the record. Thank you for the GG. Now, last thing we will do, probably the last thing, is going to see what's see if I can find him. Ah, there he is. What Goku D has been up to recently. Got a massive amount of likes, and I don't think he's ever going to take off that royal cape. Now, he does have a new 3-world course, but we're just going to look at the latest level because he created one post-patch level with the propeller box and bullet bill that I have not taken a look at yet. So we may do his world in another session because that's no doubt going to feature a lot of his earlier levels, some of which are spectacularly popular and are also the kind of gentle difficulty that would fit the world format quite well. But for now, we will just look at headgear hijinks and finish with some 3D world mechanics. Yeah, this is just a little bit of a propeller tutorial. Oh, I see a little zone out to the top left there. Now this is going to be the bullet tutorial. Oh, we did see there was something up here, right? Now we're going to sputter, but I'm sure if we hit it with a wall jump up here, we could easily get over, and indeed, we can go even further up the top track. See if there's anything up here? Yep, of course. Always very scrupulous about secrets placements. Now, can we go for that? Yes, we can. And then we'll slide in here for a wall jump. The easiest way to do it. It does help that I was recently sent a very difficult propeller level. Allowed me to learn a lot of these things. And get a little more fluent with operating this device. I think as we become more familiar with the 3D world mechanics, like the new 3D world mechanics, it's definitely going to be a challenge to keep some of these setups interesting. Already I've found that the ways in which people try to enforce, you know, bullet bill flight paths or propeller obstacles will eventually feel like they're kind of blending in. Like they are still pretty fresh in the here and now. Sure, let's get this again. But I think there is a concern that they will look very similar after a while. Oh. Now, not enough room to just boost through.
Oh,
Okay, we know how to grab the 50 coin. I think we've proven that a few times. Gills, yep. No, not so much.
oh no!
Yep, just need to be dropping a little more accurately on the turnaround, because cannot depend on something like a wall slide here. Nope.
Oh no!
You can see how clustered the death markers are in that second. It's not a surprise to me. I've done a couple of levels that have exactly this kind of zigzag pattern, so you'd think we'd be used to it by now. Nope. So let's try to get to safety. No, you actually do need to have to rocket all the way up to last turnaround, so. In general, I do appreciate how unique things like the rocket hat feel in a 2D platforming context. I mean, the propeller suit kind of has a natural analog in terms of the existing propeller that is in NSMBU, even though it has a slightly different interaction and having very clearly denoted limit of 3 uses. The bullet doesn't have that much of a Mario equivalent. It's something that, you know, one sees in other 2D games from time to time, but feels very new to the series in the way that, you know, Dry Bone Shell also felt new to the series. So yeah, nice finish. I guess you're rewarded for being just precise enough to go over the flag. Now with that will be the last level I play on this program. I will be doing another one of these backlog-oriented streams over the weekend. So do stay tuned. And at that point, I will hopefully get through a few more worlds. Definitely want to get through the rest of Got That Monies, and then I will maybe get a chance to take a look at Alex's world as well if you catch me on one of these. But that's pretty much going to be the pattern, I think, until things calm down a bit, is I'll be doing viewer levels during the week and catching up on backlog and community levels in Followed Makers on the weekends. And that will, of course, be very subject to change as we see just how quickly the new levels pour in, because at the same time, I also have something that's in the works that I'm hoping I'll be able to share fairly soon. So when I have a level published, I will certainly be letting you know, and probably featuring that on video as well. In the meantime, thanks for watching. We'll be back with more of these quite soon. And with that in mind, I will probably forward you to another Maker stream. So, have a good day. And thank you again for joining me. There will definitely be more.